I'm gonna get sore after this.
And welcome on in, Reaper. Welcome on, Mr. E. To 999 yet again. I am, for once, on time, surprisingly enough, I know. A very, very big accomplishment. Hopefully you're all doing good, and today we are going to be knocking out as much as we possibly can. So, how about we start off, since we've gotten all of this cleared out. Welcome on in, Rube. Let's go see how this happens, which should happen by taking the number 2 door, as taking the number 1 door should take us down this way, I think. So, let's get started, shall we? Alright, come on. Oh wait, that's right, I can just skip all of this. They all want their own stuff, yada yada. 7 wants to kill Lotus, and Lotus wants to kill 7. Am I forgetting something? I might actually be forgetting something. And if so, I am very sorry. Oh wait a minute. Why didn't that happen? Wait a minute. I know exactly what you're talking about. What? Why didn't that change the scene? That should have done it. That's an automatic process. I'm gonna need to figure out why that didn't work, because that should have worked. It's automatic. Yeah. By Vine Boom moment. Big Vine Boom moment. I'll figure that out later. Anyways, yeah, I actually think I know why that happened. It's not a big deal, but oh well. Yeah, I think because I got slightly lazy when making that, it didn't work, even though it otherwise should have. By next Wednesday I'll have it fixed, don't worry, Reaper. But yeah, that might have had something to do with it. I don't know, it's weird. We'll see what happened. Anyways, yes, we must have Adachi undergo his retribution. Alright, so let's go down door number 2. My choice is door 2. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. I don't know if Alec has done enough things to deserve the retribution that Adachi is getting, to be fair. I hope he hasn't. Ugh. What, did something happen yesterday that I should be aware of? Oh no, something has happened that evidently I should be aware of. Please do tell. I do not have any idea. That is for sure. Hey, wait a minute there, you cheating? Cheating? I'm asking you if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Sure, here. Only Alec beat Reaper using only the Yoshi down air. Oh boy. Yoshi down air is that's a move, alright. Oh, I'm so sorry, Reaper. I am so sorry. Here, sure, here. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he had never known it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. I had 3 pieces of paper ready, for doors 1, 2, and 6, and I put the one with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. I just needed to make sure I drew last. That's the wrong maid. That's weird. Okay, thanks, typo. 6 was technically the canon one, but it more so depends on how you look at it, because Junpei had to put something in. That just made it really simple for him to cheat if he had 1 in. I just needed to make sure. And yes, English 100. Welcome on in, Subtle Pup. Very good English, in my opinion. Yoshi Dare does more than some Sheik combos in percentage alone. Screw Sheik. Sheik doesn't need the damage. Sheik doesn't need it at all. And then Gilead's back in knees and spam Ike aerials. Alec knew how to abuse those moves, Reaper. I respect it. English. Perfect. Yeah, that's a weird maid. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. You got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated. Alright, so we know who's going to door 2. It'll be me, Lotus, and Junpei. 7 plus 8 plus 5 equals 20. The only problem is the other 2 teams. June and I want door 6. Clover and I chose door 1. That's not good. Yep, the 7 voice is back, and it will be back for a very short amount of time. If I do the 7 redeem, I will do it as a celebration for either finishing this or VLR, like I did with the Dachi redeem for Persona 4 Golden. Just so everyone's aware. Show how bad it was, even Squash pitied Reaper. Oof. Oof, Reaper. Oof. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Everyone was silent. Then suddenly Clover spoke, her face blank and cold. Why don't Santa and June go through door 1 with Ace? Huh? Well... They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 10, which equals 1. Finally, Ace spoke. And what will you do, Clover? I'll be waiting at the stairs. You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it? That had been what 7 said. We aren't gonna be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll still see each other again. I'm glad to see Rupus encouraging their inner toxic player. Very respectable. That's how the non-A game works. I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right? There's no emotion on her face, but it was drawn pale and her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. No, Reaper, I have a better idea. I have a much better idea. Because, see, here's the thing. Jumping off the map, that's not helping anyone on the team. That's not real, and that's not being... That won't affect Alec directly. Instead, shot block him. Fun little fact for those who don't know, in Splatoon and all the Splatoon games, your shots get dissipated by teammates. So just stand in front of your teammates if you want to piss them off, because you will stop them from being able to hit anything. The only exception is chargers. Chargers do not get shot blocked. But other than that, yeah, that's what you could do. Kill someone with the octobrush roll. True. That would actually be really hilarious, Rube. That's another great way of messing around. Does that mean you know that fact? Unfortunately, I'm sure you do. I'm so sorry, Subtle Puff, for all the frontliners who have blocked your shots. Paintbrush, I assume, is the slowest, which would be even the worst one, so... Although that's just an assumption, I don't know for a fact. It was Santa who finally spoke. Alright, I'm going through door 1. That alright with you, June? Yes. June nodded. Well, I'll be going then. Yes, Paintbrush is also the least ink efficient, so that's another very good possibility. The best one out of all the brushes. Oh yeah, Bloblobber would be pretty bad for it too, huh? Well, I'll be going then. Let's move too. Yeah. Right, let's go. And just like that, their paths were set. I won't see June for a while, but this is my choice. I'm just going to have to suck it up. Seven said we'd all see each other again, and I'm going to believe that. Hey, that's really nice to hear, Reaper. I'm really glad that they're feeling better, considering I've heard the horror stories of COVID. I've never had it, and I'm thankful that that's the case, and I hope that it stays that way, because COVID sounds awful. So I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I am pretty lucky, honestly. So, I am thankful for that, definitely. The other group went to a deck to go through door 1. Clover joined them. Our group is on our way too. We're heading to the bottom deck using the elevators. I wonder what we'll find down there. Oh boy. Of course it's going back up. Well, I'll let you know if you should be planning my funeral, everyone. Just to let you know. They stepped off the elevator and headed for door 2. We ready? Yeah, I need time. I'll go first. One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device, and 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen. Decided the last time we hear Seven's voice, oh no. Maybe it might be Rube. They left inside, they're running. Where the hell is it this time? I don't see it. There it is, it's right there. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. They had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. Is it back to the thing already? Yep. It should be the same now, unfortunately. So, yeah. Alright. At this point, we got that done. I don't think it's gonna give us any more unique dialogue. So, all we have left is to do this path for now. We already did 6, Rube. 6 was the one we first did, which led to our first ending where everyone died and we got, well, at least Lotus and Junpei died. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, 7 pieces, alright. The other path in 6 is locked. You need certain requirements. I don't remember what the requirements are, so I'm just gonna do door 1 for now. Blah blah blah. So your best friend's a potato, or so your best friend's a vegetable now. Blah blah blah. Well, you know what they say: when life gives you potato salad, or when life gives you potatoes, make potato salad. And I got just the recipe. Hit it. Sorry, I was reminded of that. Anyways, I want you, cause yeah, see those locks there mean certain conditions need to be met. What are those conditions? I don't remember. Door number 1. My choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced. Yada 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 blah blah blah. Okay. Now it's time for new dialogue. Actual proper dialogue. Very well, we've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself. 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10, plus 1 plus 0 equals 1. Yep, let's see what door 1 has to offer. Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams. June and I want door 6. Lotus and I want door 2. That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6. 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Third thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we got younger go with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June? June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Thank you, 7. 7's unironically the best character. I love the amount of shade he's throwing at Lotus. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick. And they're at it again. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. I'll see you later, June. Yumpy. Circumstances dictated that Junpei June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. Don't make that face, it'll be like what 7 said. We aren't gonna be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise we can't open door 9. That's how the 9A game works. 7 words took weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better. It'll be fine, I'll see you soon. Alright, see you later. Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover are headed towards A deck. Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right? That should be it, yes. Then, here we go. It opened and they walked through. It's just as Santa and Lotus said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red one upon it. A numbered door. To the left of it, bolted to the wall, with the red. There's the red. I'll go first. Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Now, to a view, if you will, or if you would. Junpei was next. Clover is so sad. And man, poor Clover. Clover deserves better. Snake deserves better. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. Now, he took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Shall I pull it? Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded, a little more than a lethargic twitch of the head. Very well then, let's go. 3, 2, 1, 0. This is the only accurate time to say 0 when counting down in any circumstance. And it's open. Move it! They stumbled into the room. Where is it? Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is! Over there! Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. It stopped. Yes, it did. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that. I'm not sure it's something I'd ever want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing. Aha, I agree. Now then. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There's another door. Let's try opening it. He took hold of the doorknob and easily, gently pulled it open. So, this is the wheelhouse? He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigated the wheelhouse next door. Very well. Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something! Okay, I will. Alright then, let's get started. Did y'all miss this? Because I did. Let's seek a way out. Chart room. There's something in this drawer. Is it a map? Stack of nautical charts. Interesting. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something? Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's matched to the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines, and each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. New material has been added to the file select screen. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Lovely. The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? A ship's log found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and now we are heading due north. Soon we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. A pocket watch. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch. Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch. Hey man, what are you doing over in this room? Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem? Well, not a problem, but... Junpei looked desperately around the room, anywhere but at Ace, trying to find a convincing reason to dismiss him. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see. Of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. For no reason he could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt. What the hell? My head. Sharp pain in his head. How much time passed? He wasn't sure, but he did notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent. Ah, yes, there's something I wanted to check, if you don't mind. Yeah? What's that? Pardon me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand in the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey, what the hell are you doing? What are you putting your hand in my pocket for? Stop! He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. The older man's hand where the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the number I wanted despite your mischief. Then why did you? Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it. He smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, then turned his heel on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Damn. Nothing there and nothing there. Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Delight. Well, I guess she doesn't really feel like talking. She's not really paying attention to anything, is she? Her mind must be somewhere else. A light. It looks kind of like a wilted flower. I already checked that. Did I check over there? Yeah, that's the same thing. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. There's another room on the other side of the window. So this is the other room. Oh, lovely. An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship and sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth to. Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. Looks as though it was deliberately removed. Tragic. A compass. And what destiny does it point us to? I really hope you don't think that sounded cool. A steering wheel. Let's see if it— whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. I know something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship? It's moving. Ha! Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. I do in fact know how that's relevant. Well, I can guess anyways. Ship's log. So, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. So I think this is instructions on what I want to turn here. So let me get this written down real quick. So, leaving port, so it goes south and west, which is oddly specific. Then turned southwest. Then proceeded northwest. Then heading east. Then north. So, I want to check something because I have a feeling this is of the same thing. South? Yes, this would be the same thing. South, west, southwest, northwest, east, north. And then the last stop is north. Yeah, east, north. Alright, so we want to start with south and go from there. So let's do that. So, okay, so south, west, southwest, then I need to go northwest, then head east, then north. Hey, look at that. Welcome back on in, Alfies. Hopefully you're doing good. What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? We got a handle. So, I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits. Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we need... we need to pull up the files again. The nautical table. Okay, so what it says is full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Perfect. So, we want full, half, slow, full, half, dead, slow, stop. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look, something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. Where? You mean over here? No. Oh, there's something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? They're names of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Departing X carrier X flight X at X00. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all those ports along the ship's route. It looks like only one of those has time on it though. Time on last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time? So 10 seconds past 3. Well, I wonder what that means. I'll have to keep that in mind. Clearly I need... Oh, I can use the watch to get into here. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Huh? This shape, maybe. It does look like the pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. Imagine the pocket watch. Oh! I get it. Can I move the hands? How would I move the hands? Because I need to put in the time. Do I have to use it here? Oh, he's on it. Okay. Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, he just took my pocket watch. How dare he? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Yes, I do. Hey, perfect. Yes, it says open now. Good work. Seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover. What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now I can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then. Clover. That was surprisingly simple. I thought there's more to it. We found it, everyone. We did it. We beat the game. We solved the non-air game. Thank you, Rube. Again, I remember struggling with a lot of these puzzles. I just call it a skill issue. Big skill issue. A hallway? It's far too narrow to be called one. They found themselves in a small space outside of the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door. This seems to be the only route. Yeah, let's go. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond. Wow, it was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment. Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is... One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it. Ah, yes, a telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago. He turned and slowly took in the room. This must be the communication office. Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door. In that door, a metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's quarters, huh? That's what it says. Then you think I am Zero, the captain of this ship. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected. Well, we won't know if we don't open it. He walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist. Not again. This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match. Damn! A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid. No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand to his neck, no pulse. His pupils had dilated, and he wasn't breathing. He's dead. Damn, if only we knew how it happened. He lifted the man's already stiff body. There's a red, deep wound in his chest. These wounds, I wonder what killed him. Junpei did not have to wonder long. It must have been this, for lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, though they were stained with blood. These clothes, a captain, did that mean this guy was Zero? On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0. Bracelet 0. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing else for him to say. It was too simple. Too obvious. Too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke. Junpei, it may be wise to find a way out of here first. Yeah, you're right. Strange man wearing captain's clothes with a zero bracelet. Now that's a mystery. There's blood on the chair. You think this was the dead guy's? Yeah, probably. A camcorder. Looks like it's pointed at the door. Oh, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? What's the deal with this? Is it some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V respectively. Maybe this has to just number bases? New material has been added to files. Select screen. Oh boy. The screen shows the big hospital room. There's just some random hallway on this door. Oh yeah! That's Junpei wouldn't know this because the flow we did, up to this point, first off I'm gonna save real quick just in case I make a mistake somehow. We didn't go through those, the route we did was, yeah. We did this one. If we did this one, he should recognize it. This screen showing what's happening at the central staircase on B deck. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere I don't recognize. I don't recognize that either, it's too small. The room on this screen looks really fancy. Yeah, I think it does remember the route. I don't recognize the room on this one. That looks to be the 3-door area, I think, where Snake. Yeah, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. But yes, it does remember the route. Wait. Okay, I thought I heard something, but evidently I didn't. I think this probably used to be a door. Nobody's going through it as long as this metal plate's here, though. Well, even without the metal plate, the desk's in the way. Yes, Zero would most likely be watching us from here. Assuming Zero is not one of us. Junpei, where are you going? I was gonna pop over to the communications office and talk to Ace. You're gonna leave me alone in here? You could, stay here with me a little longer. There are still lots of places we haven't looked. Okay. A bed. There's nothing in it. Music box, nice. Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. Looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you? It's a lamp, but it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. A bed. Nothing suspicious here. True. I'm gonna put in a random code. No dice, it doesn't matter what I put here. On here, it's not working. Never mind. I don't think the power's on. So much for that. There's a plaque over the door, but it doesn't say anything. Let's see if shaking you gets us anywhere. No dice. How tragic. Can I go yet? Junpei, are you good with machines? There's this weird thing on the desk. Could you come take a look at it? What do you mean this? Oh, this. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this? Oh boy, there's nothing on the monitor. That looks like text to me, just static. Okay. Hey, isn't that the door on the screen right behind us? You're right. Whatever that camera sees is sent to the screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? There is, in fact, zero text on those screens. Very good pun, Rube. Junpei snorted with a grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each spelling out 0, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who's sitting next to him. Clover nodded. Nothing. It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured towards the corpse. What about him? Do you think that's really 0? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? 0's one of us. Yeah, right. I know it's important to figure out who this guy is, but don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first? But please, I don't want to waste any more time. Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. Junpei didn't have the heart to tell her no. Alright, sure thing. But does that mind playing tricks on him? Junpei wondered. For a moment he could have sworn he'd seen Clover smile. Hello, Alphys. How are you doing? Welcome on into Zero Escape 999. Alright, let me go. Thank you. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. Oh. Hey, what's this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. You're doing good? Glad to hear that, Alphys. I'm doing pretty good. This game, it's been fun replaying this game, so that's definitely contributing to it. Looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole though. Electronic lock, perhaps? Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cables over there. That must mean an early telecommunications device. Most likely used to transmit a radio signal of some sort. I experimented with it earlier, but to no avail. I imagine it's broken. Tragic. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me take a sip real quick. I have been hydrated. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. It's an old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. Oh, that's unfortunate that they're locked. A set of small screwdrivers. Perhaps we can use them to dismantle small devices? Oh, they aren't locked, I guess. Okay. Alright, the screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. Nice. Let me have the something. Ink? Nice. What do we got here? This normal light. Hey, Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses! How on earth did you arrive to that conclusion? I see it. I don't see the big deal. It's telegraph key, a machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits anything outside of this ship. Well, let's try combining these two. No. Let's try. Oh, I remember. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. And then what we can do is do this. Now I just got to roll the cylinder across a piece of paper. And if I'm right, think should Morse code. Alright, so. Monkey with glasses. Oh no. Oh no, Reaper. Who knows what's going through Junpei's head at this point, let's be honest. Junpei just saw his third corpse of the day. He ain't doing so good. I don't blame him for going a little cuckoo. Alright, I need to do this, or write this down real quick. In a very complicated period, dash, 5. And then, last but not least, okay. The third of many more to come. He's just gone a little bananas, Ethan. Nice. But yes, third of many more corpses to come, don't you worry. Oh, that's nice of the game to do. Okay, so... how much you want to bet that this in Morse code spells out, oh, did I mess that up? Gosh darn it. Come on. How much you want to bet this spells out 0? Wait, it considers all of those long. Why? To stop it! It is not being consistent. Yeah. Okay. I gotta be quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, skill issue moment. That's last one and yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up. Looks like something's on the cover. Alice. But isn't it supposed to say all ice? Oh no. Oh, I just remembered what's about to happen here. And I'm about to go insane again. This doesn't have a space between the L and the I. Are they saying that all ice is a single word? It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting and far more confusing. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, and insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols. What the hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him. Not the webdings! I love me my wingdings, the best possible format to write anything in. They're all hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt? That's right. Can you read them? Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could? What the hell? Why can't Ace read them? I really thought he could. Am I dumb? Junpei flipped through a few more pages as he contemplated his life choices. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them. Whoa, the whole thing's like that. Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file. And something fell out. Huh? What's this? He bent down and picked it up. Oh, a key card. There's a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of symbols for Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol. Uranus. That is the Uranus symbol. Junpei looked over at C-Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there's 3 words engraved into the card as well. Bottom Deck Library. Something's written on the bottom. Bottom Deck Library. This must be the key to the library then. Is the bottom deck a library? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material had been added to the file select. Unique key. Junpei, what are you doing? We searched the wheelhouse from— oh. That's the wrong door. We go through there! Stick it in. Brilliant. Okay, I'm putting in random numbers. Nope, random numbers didn't work. I did not mean to do that. Okay, so what else we got? Morse code chart. So we got 0. I get it. Okay, so if we base it off of the numeral system chart, we can assume that Z would be, I can't do the math in my head, so I'm just gonna have to count real quick. So it would be 10, 11, wait. There's 24 letters in the alphabet, I'm pretty sure. The fact that I don't know that off the top of my head is probably actually awful, by the way. Like, actually awful. Don't mind that fact. Okay, so Z would be 32. That's what I'm getting. So Z would be 32. And then 0 would be 23. And then R would be 26. And then... oh wait, that's right. It's E next, not... whatever, I suck at English, it's fine. E would be 14. Perfect. So, I think we got our code? Hopefully? Maybe? I hope. Let's see if I, in fact, misunderstood what I'm looking for. Okay, so we put in 32, 14, 26, 23. I messed up somewhere. How did I mess up? What did I do wrong? Did I have a big fart moment? 'Cause I probably did. And I concede if I did. Fine boom moment? Oh no. I'm scared. What, oh no. Oh no, what have I done?
You know what? It's not the winning, is it? It's the taking part that counts, and you're doing that.
Clearly, I am doing that. I am doing a lot of the taking, and not a lot of the winning. That is, without a doubt, the case. Oh, don't mind that. Let me think here. Oh, I miscounted. Okay, I miscounted by a small margin, I think. Yeah, I miscounted. Alright, I got it now. So the real answer should be 35, 14, 27, 24. There we go. There we go. I got there in the end. Bro, imagine you're working in a nuclear reactor and your mate goes, oops. They plead, they simply plead, oopsie daisy. They're fine. Excellent, you seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. What about the elephant in the room? And by that I mean more than an elephant. Unfortunately. More emotional weight than an elephant, not mass, though. They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit, before turning left like a great backward L. You're thinking Squad saying he felt bad for you was sarcasm? Oh no, Reaper. I'm gonna have faith that it was not, in fact, sarcasm. Although I wasn't there, so I couldn't really tell you either way. Alright, let's go. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Oh! Oh. Yeah, Reaper, that might be an issue. And I can see why you might feel that now, and in that case, I am so sorry. That's the next door. He made straight for it. Oh, wait, a piece of paper? He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt. This is... He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor. Map of the ship's interior for A deck. What's wrong? A slightly slower, by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei. He found a map for this floor. He showed Ace what he snatched from the wall. He looked at it for long enough to determine what it was, and he nodded. I see. With that, he began running away again past Junpei. Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace, but something stopped him. Hey, where's Clover? He turned round. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he had come. As he stomped round the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob. Clover! Huh? As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly. What the hell are you doing? Nothing. What do you mean by nothing? Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket, as if trying to hide something. What the hell's that? What? You've got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? This is... I wonder. What the hell? Come on, we've got to hurry. With that, Clover ran straight past a somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back. Clover, what's that on your back? Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick. A stick? Hey, Clover, what the hell's that thing on your back? He didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Is she ignoring me? Or crying out loud? Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a set of stairs. The big stairs, so this is where it ends up, just like it says on the map. It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Ace, did he head down? He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. Oh, there he is. Look, the 4 others are here too. And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Really? Let's join them. I'm curious, where are we on the flow chart? Ooh, interesting. Things are about to get spicy. They reached B deck at the same time. Jumpy! Clover! June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. I don't know why. I don't know why, Reaper. I could not tell you. Given their situation, he is not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. An odd question to ask. Ooh, that's, it seems Mysteria has developed a theory. June, however, couldn't contain herself. We found it. Found what? We found it! What did you find? The last door! We found door 9! What? Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way. Okay. Seven turned around and jogged off down the stairs. Well, if that's the case, wait for me. We should get going as well. The rest followed. Jumpy! We finally made it! The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they had really done it. At least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. We've reached the end. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through a numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to the 9 door. That means that in best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way? Junpei looked over at the clock. 4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now. Hey, Junpei! June, what the hell are you 2 doing? Hurry it up! Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. Let's go, Junpei! June took off downstairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Yeah, Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until... They had reached C deck when Clover spoke. Hey, what about door 2? Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Seven spoke. What about door 2? Door 2 is the only one we didn't. We haven't gone through it, I mean. Yes, that is true. Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean. So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors. What's the point? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right? Then we should do what we have to do before we can go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know? Or what? Do you think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys? Yeah, you do have a point. Both you and Squash went random in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Brawl? Why did I say Brawl? Ah! Ultimate. You get Inkling and he gets Sephiroth. Inkling's cooler, though. Inkling's more fresh. Sephiroth can never be fresh. Though, I think you have the advantage there, Reaper. The others nodded in agreement. The last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a ton of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look. The only reason it's called 999 is because they thought it made a cooler tagline. That is the only reason. Do I blame them? No. Is it clickbait? Abso-freaking-lutely. Also, welcome on in, Neko. You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2. They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was the large hospital room. The elevator can take us down to door 2. Who shall go then? Let's see. Me. I'm going. Then June 7 and I need to go with her. 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 equals 20, which equals 2. Hey, why do you get to? I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it. Jumpy? Or just Jumpy, I'm okay too. See? Can we just go now? Fine. Alright, let's get going. I'll see you later. Okay, be careful. They climbed into the elevator and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke. Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me? Go with you? I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you? That wasn't what I meant to. I was hoping you would come with me. Seriously though, I was kidding. So, where was it you wanted to take me? There's something I wanted to show you. Hey man, what the hell, I'm not important enough? Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you. Really? Of course. Ace's smile was friendly. Fine, do whatever you want. Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus? Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go see whatever it is you think is so important. Thank you. Well then, shall we go? Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Time seemed to drag as Junpei waited for the others to return. Geez, they're so slow. What was keeping Ace and Lotus? Suddenly the elevator opened. Oh my gosh, Reaper. I'm so sorry that you got 3 stocked. I'm so sorry. Assuming you were playing with 3 stocks. Single person stood there. Clover, I guess you're the first one back? There was only Clover inside. He didn't see the rest. He looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her. Where's everybody else? What happened? He didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei. Where are Ace and Lotus? Crit. I don't know if that was reference to something in game or if it was referencing to Reaper, but it's a good moment for Reaper especially. Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway. Junpei explained what happened. Oh, then they went over there? Her voice was small and timid. Yeah, I think so. He repeated his earlier question. So where are June, Sant, and Seven? Why aren't they with you? You really want to know? There's something wrong with her smile. Yeah? Okay. Sure. Here, let me show you. Clover pulled out something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Junpei's feet. Huh? He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings. Bracelets? Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Junpei collapsed. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real. Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor behind him. Clover is, she took matters into her own hands. You could see the numbers on their faces. 3, 7, and 6. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once Bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that it's where its heartbeat has fallen 0, it will shut down automatically. But why? Junpei's voice was flat and broken. 1 plus 8 plus 4 plus 5 equals 9. Yep. Yep, Santa died for nothing. Good. Crypto bros don't deserve that. Clover's response was cold. Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could have only been Santa and 7. That's why I killed them. 2 plus 3 plus 7, 1 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. But why? Why did you kill June? Because he tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too. No. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream. No! Couldn't be real, it just couldn't. Hey, Junpei. He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Her smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made of stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human. Let's go. Her hand reached out toward him. Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship. What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door. Yes, I know you need at least 3 people, but as long as we have this. Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0. The mobile exclusive Clover ending is the best ending? Wait, is that actually a thing? I don't know if that's a thing, but that would be funny if it is. You've got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this is... See, you get it now. If you have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. 4 plus 5 plus 0 equals 9. See? So let's go. Come on, hurry it up. She shoved her hand out again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. But there's something else. There's a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess, filled with love. Junpei? Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There's something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack. And his heart began to melt. Okay, so Junpei's finally lost it. The hand she's offering him, it looked so soft. So inviting. Yep, he's lost it. She's lost it too, but he's really lost it. Oh no. Clover. Junpei reached out his own trembling hand and closed it over hers. Yeah? Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody. Then he screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually his movement slowed, then faded. There's no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover. Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, Kay. Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's consciousness mind, drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Clover has finally gone insane. Everyone's gone insane. This is a bad end, not a bad ending. Yep. Why did it have to be Clover? Remind when you said Clover was gonna be the one to snap. To be fair, it makes sense, but good chemistry. Very, very good call. So, I guess what I do now is, the laboratory, yeah, yes, now we need to hit the requirements for all of these, so let's try this. So, which path did I take last? I don't remember the requirements. I think all I have to do is come here, and I'll be on the right path. I think? I don't remember how this works. You don't have to replay anything. I remember that much. But at the same time, I don't remember. So clearly there's something to do with that. So if something's unlocked there. Is there anything else new here? I kind of doubt it. Oh yeah, Snake's alive. Don't y'all just love that? I think we want door 4. I think. Yeah, we do. So just for this situation, I'm gonna look up the requirements real quick. I'll just let that go on for everyone's pleasure. I tried to figure this out real quick. Don't worry. It's not cheating, it's just making sure I don't spend 20 years not being smart, you know? Okay, so did that put us there, which puts us there. So then do we go this way? Did this work? Or being not smart? I don't know what the latter means, so not smart. What does that mean? Why is that locked? Is there something I'm missing in here? Did I not do something right? Thinking. Oh, being not smart. Okay, yeah, being not smart. Maybe I do need to. I don't remember. I might just do a quick look up in general, because I want to see if I can get at least 1 or 2 more endings. I think we can finish this today if I big not dumb. Not the ice that is ice until 96 degrees, no. Not that. Okay. I got myself a handy dandy guide. So okay, so apparently there's something I've got to sort out here. Apparently. Whatever that means. I guess maybe I need to exhaust literally all my dialogue options. Let's try 2. I don't know. Did that work? No, evidently not. I'm so confused. I wish the game explained it better, because I would like to not use a guide for this one. Okay, I get it. So, I need to choose the right conversation spots, basically. So, turns out doing the funnier ring pub probably screwed me over at some point, so, oh well. So, do I just do like 5? No. I'm so confused. What is it? I really wish... I don't get it. So clearly there's something I need to do here. Do I need to go to the right again? If anyone has any ideas, feel free to tell me, because I am so confused, and even the guide I have pulled up is not being very helpful. Oh boy. The reason why some of them are red and some of them are white, to my understanding, is that the red ones affect this route and the white ones affect this route. So, apparently I need to redo this, but with the right choices, so that's good. I guess. Time to replay this, cause that's what has to be had during this, I guess. It's really annoying that you have to replay these. Of course he gets Yoshi. Why wouldn't he get Yoshi? So yes, I want this path here, and I need to redo this. Okay. I can't get that out yet. I need the scissors. I need that. Give me the scissors. Alright, you all ready to speedrun this? Got an organ key. I can't believe you got Iggy though, and then Watch got frickin' whatchamacallit, the funny dinosaur, there you go, Monster Kid, yeah. Oh god, I have to listen to Seven's talk again. Look, sorry, I'm too busy trying to speedrun this. I need liquids, that's right. Where do I get liquids? I'll find that out. In the other room? I have to redo this puzzle. Oh, goodness. Alright, so we'll take those because... Alien blood. See, it being alien blood is a reference to Surgeon Simulator, clearly. Or maybe Surgeon Simulator referenced this game. It would probably be the other way around. Nobody probably even understands what I'm talking about. If you do, you're cool. I mean, you're cool regardless, don't get me wrong. But you're extra cool if you know what I'm referencing. Oh boy. So... let's just get this over with. Nope. Thank you for the hydrate, I clearly need it. Okay, so this one is 349. Enter. Give me those. Hydrate, fried, dihydrate. Oh boy. Alright, are y'all ready for the most fastest forwarding ever? Oh. Wait a minute. That's this kind of game, I forgot. Because now, that was the freezer talk. Right there. Look at that. Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature. That sounds familiar. Oh wait, ice that doesn't melt at room temperature. Huh. Yeah, that sounds familiar? Yeah. Hold up, I feel like I can remember something. It's right there. Seven squinted. His eyes stared off in space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away. You know about Ice 9? Ice 9? Ice 9, Ice 9. Yes, Sarub, that's the ice that doesn't melt until 96 degrees. Ice suddenly Seven's eyes shot open. That's it! I remember now! That woman! She's on this boat! That woman? Alice! Who's Alice? Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature! It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath. You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right? Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it? Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies? I think that was RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner just like the Titanic. No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mackay Bennett. The Mackay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. Set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have been for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid. This isn't a very nice story, so what happened next? I'm so sorry, Reaper. I'm so sorry. Well, they say the Mackay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water, things that drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of those things they found was the coffin. A coffin? Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. No nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. I guess you should say they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black and her skin a rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she's sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the Mackay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded, then taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there's one body that didn't thaw. And that was The girl in the coffin. Has anyone in chat put 2 and 2 together yet about this Alice? That's right. Everyone thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then months passed and another, and it was summer and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Yeah. Not surprised Mystery got it. Yep. Mystery's been on top of it lately, so not surprising. Very nicely done, Mystery. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her Alice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long. Why? Well, she up and disappeared. One day, Alice was there. Next day, she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find newspaper from back then, but that's about it. Wait, you just said that she's on this boat. Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship. Now, why the hell would you say something like that? Because I know. And just what is it you know? What happened to Alice after she was stolen? Junpei gulped. Alright, tell me, what happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly and took the look of a man recalling something too buried. Welcome back, Alfies. Well, around that time, the world was there when the special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You heard that name before, right? You took his stock with Almar? Nice reaper, very nicely done. Lord Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the gigantic? The Titan sister ship. Yeah, that's him, although I guess he hadn't done that yet. What do you mean? Gordon bought Alice in 1912, then 4 years later in 1916 he bought the gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However what? Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where's Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic." What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle? Your guess as good as mine. Seven threw his hands up in defeat. But that's it. Whatever you think, I'll believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here. Okay, we're coming. Jeez. Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday, don't forget it. That cryptid remark, he turned and left the room. I finally understand the point of all of this backtracking now. So, we're gonna get on that. Alice, huh? Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. He tried to remember what Juna had told him earlier. That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she is frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. Then, was the Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Alright. Have I not? Oh, I still need to gather parts. 1 sec. Yeah, we don't need any of the talking here. I'm just speedrunning. These 96 degrees are looking more like Celsius and not Fahrenheit the more time passes. I know, like, just what is Ice 9? And why does it not melt until 96 degrees something? Alright. Yeah, Clover, that wasn't very cash money of you. Where's the exit door again? Oh, I remember now. Oh, wait. Oh, I remember now. I remember. I'm getting ahead of myself. There we go. Hey, hold on. Junpei thought about put key in the doorknob. What's up? Oh, wait. We've got a... Okay, this is not what I thought. Any new dialogue here? Gave her the 4-leaf clover! I give her the 4-leaf clover. You get Duckhun and... your luck is just terrible, Reaper. That's so sad. Oh yeah, he didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. It's in my pocket somewhere. Ah, here it is. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. A 4-leaf clover. Clint had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover. Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what the 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, it'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother. He's not dead. He's alive somewhere, I'm sure of it. Oof. You just gotta believe in that. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but quickly more took their place. No matter how quickly she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor. Thank you. He said it again, then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. Now come on, Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still, she didn't move. I do care. Look, in her defense, she didn't do it out of some evil, cruel, malicious intent. She did it because her losing her brother in such a brutal way drove her mad. And you know what? As much as that sucks and as much as she's in the wrong for taking the action she did, I can't hold it much against her. We still don't even know who did in fact kill Snake. That's something that's yet to be answered. But still, she didn't move. Wait, before we go, there's one last thing I want to ask you. Maybe a little, Reaper. You've gotten the short end of the stick in Smash Bros, so I wouldn't blame you. It was 11, not 11. I can't believe they would do this. What's that? What do you think when you hear the word experiment? For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition. What? Make sure you drink water to dilute the salt. True. Reaper, I need you to hydrate for me real quick. I would appreciate if you did. Look, hydrating, always good. Never hurts to hydrate. Take that as a hydrate aimed towards you too, Reaper. Yep. I have hydrated. Oh, I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover. Look, I'm sorry, don't want to be a jerk, but you're making less than no sense right now. Oh, no, it's nothing, just forget about it. Sanitizer, will that work? Probably won't taste very good. But it could help. It would take your brain off of the impending salt. Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What's this experiment you were talking about? About as well as bleached. Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke. You promise you won't tell anyone? Cross my heart, Clover. Really? Really? I can trust you, right? Of course you can. Clover slipped four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei. Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on the ship 9 years ago. Wait, on this ship? Yeah, this ship. He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communication to these fields that you can't see. He is confusion. Junpei's either confusion or dying, and there's no in between. Fields that you can't see? You'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded. Like, think about this. Why not both? Exactly, Reaver. I mean, it's happened a lot throughout this where it's been both, so Junpei just ain't good. Or this. Yes, that's also valid. Oh my gosh, I barely even remember that context. But you know what? Maybe it's better that way. Dying of confusion? More likely than oh you think. Yes, I agree, more likely than oh you think. I know it was misspelling, but I think that's funny. Still, dying of confusion, more likely than you think. I relate to that, don't worry. I was probably going to fight something. Yeah, I was near the end of the game, definitely. She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. This is John, right? But is he really John? Huh? I'll just think that, but she has finally completely lost it. Alright, Reaper. Have a good dinner. John. Isn't this like Lock Socks? Or the Ship of Theseus? Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. Ship of Theseus is cool. I forgot the Lock Socks thing, but Ship of Theseus, it's one of my favorite thought experiments. She does lose it in a certain ending, so he ain't wrong. Unfortunately. John Arbuckle? Garfield has gone too far this time. Oh no. You don't know? You haven't heard of these paradoxes? No? Junpei shook his head. Really? Clover laughed. Okay, well, pay attention to this then. This is how Lock Socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei? Patch it up? Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole. But what if another hole opens? I'd add another patch, I suppose. And what if another hole opens after that? Another patch, I guess? Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, Can you really say they're the same socks you started with? Another one! Oh boy. Well, that's tough. Junpei crossed his arms. So, that's the lock socks thing. Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired or the one you built with all the original parts? It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued. Hey, do you think it's the same? What's the same? These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now? Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like lock socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held a man's identity resided in his heart, or any number of internal organs. Here they had both. John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those in a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John? Or just like these mannequins? He looked at Junpei again. Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye. The silence was broken by Seven. Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long? Seven's head appeared down in the doorway. He was not happy. How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there's more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Was it some sort of secret meeting? No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins. Huh? Let's go, Junpei. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared at her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with the mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei. You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. Seven remains the best character. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't gotta keep asking to do it, alright? Fine by me. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There's no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there's no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going. Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited. Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, that she's likely to follow him. Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that. Good, good. So, that's set now. Let's go down this way. Do I really have to replay these? If I have to replay the freaking escape rooms just for this, I'm going to be very sad. Grr. Yada yada. We're speedrunning this. Yeah, there... Is there a problem? Yeah, there is, Ace's eyebrows went up. You checked in on us, now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, alright? Bye. That's Sly. We don't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see, of course. Junpei looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. He gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. He'd heard what Alice had said. Or Ace had said, sorry, brain rot. She regarded Junpei with caution. What was that about? She's clearly suspicious, and with good reason. Why are you looking at me like that? Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. Oh, no, it's not like that. What is it like then? I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now. What story? About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me about in the operating room. Yep. Good. I'm very glad it's already different. Less time spent replaying the puzzles that I just did. Hopefully I don't have to finish the escape room. I don't think I'll have to. I think I'll be able to skip ahead. You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? Can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're going to pay for it, I promise. So, her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. He wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry. Junpei, what do you think of it? Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped. Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the number doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there's at least 2 other people. You're right. What does that mean? Well, if we look at it, the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened the door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who? Or who and who? You mean it could have been 4 people? Well, technically it's possible. I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely. Why? I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 people for now? Okay, got it. Let's go do that then. Then, who do you think it could be? Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Welcome back again. Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? Which 2 bracelet numbers? E.g., I wonder which one it is. Thank you very much for the hydrate, Alfies. I have hydrated. Would it be Santin 7? 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. The digital root for Snake Santin 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santin 7 the killers? What's wrong? Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There's no point in hiding it. Well, I thought about it and he told her his conclusions. That's what I thought. He looked less surprised than he'd expected. Santin 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works. Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities. Well, what other possibilities? He didn't have an answer. He's ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke. Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely. But why not? Can I borrow your pen and paper? Clover put her hand out expectantly. Yeah, here. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 4 plus 7 plus 8 plus 2, yada yada. Lots of them. What's this? These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones. I see. Junpei? Yeah? I can trust you, right? Of course. Why would you need to ask that? Really? Yeah. So then I should get rid of the B, D, G, and H, right? Of course. Just cross them out. You should take yours off too, the ones with 4. So what does that leave? A and E. 1 plus 3 plus 6 combined with 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. Ooh. Do you mean like general random advice or advice on a specific topic, Alfies? Wait, can't be A. Why? Santa's in... Actually, Santa is in both of those, interestingly enough, yeah. Well, what's your specific topic? I don't know, I'm not a great person to ask advice on, but I'm willing to, hear out what your, question is or what your topic is. Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that. Are you sure? I'd bet my life on it. Okay then, I can cross off A too, right? Yeah. Well, what have we got left? E. 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. Do you know what this means? Everyone besides me and June would be working together. Do you think that's likely? If there's 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they're doing if they outnumbered us, right? Well, you do have a point. And besides, if 8 and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were the killers, why wouldn't they? Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. Yes, I do remember that, Reaper. Your alt also got shadow banned. Wait, that's right. I don't know. Twitch must have been on it. They absolutely must have been on it, which is weird. So that sucks. Also, how'd you confess to someone? That is... Well, I can't help much with that, but... Well... Thinking on honest advice... Cause that's not a bad thing to ask about. Not bad at all. Let's see. When I asked someone out, I had a funny little segue I did. I won't go into what the segue I did was, but to do the whole confession thing, I started up I thought of a topic to get started on tangentially, and I led it to be a segue into the confession. So that is how I did it. Whether or not you could or should do the same is up to you, but that's one way of doing it, Alfies. They tracked your IP address? Oh no, they doxed you, Reaper. Or they are also in your walls. If you're in the back rooms, they could be your walls. They very much could be your walls, Reaper. Well, mystery. what do you think I am? Yeah, of course, Alphys. If you plan to confess to someone, good luck on that. You do not plan on confessing to anyone anytime soon because you don't plan on having any romantic feelings anytime soon. On C, Reaper, I thought you were going to say, I'm not going to confess to anyone anytime soon because I don't want any more jail time or something like that. But, you know, I agree, introverts together stunk. There are tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she's blinking furiously to keep them back. No, I didn't think you're a predator. I thought, you know, maybe a couple crimes. I mean, maybe you committed a crime so bad Twitch had felt they needed shadow ban you for like 40 minutes. I don't know. I have no idea, Reaper. Yeah. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten. Well, you do consume a lot of souls. Where do you get those, Reaper? Yeah, exactly. You banned so many chicken emotes which thought you assaulted the chat. Oh no. Well, if you hide in the back rooms, I'm sure Twitch will still be able to hunt you down. CEOs are ruthless. Capitalism knows no bounds. New crime unlocked. Exactly. Are your children like Reaper 1 and Reaper 2? Is that how this works? Oh, you're yeah, that's not very good either, Reaper. Mitri kinda had the point there. No, Whoopers, you've collected. No, leave the oh wait, no, the Whoopers are your children. Okay, I thought you meant the corpses. That would have been terrible. Still, leave the Whoopers out of this. They don't deserve to be sentenced to grave robbing. How would they even grave rob? They don't have arms. I'm not gonna think about that. I see. Anyway, I understand now. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate, Alphys. So by extension, you're the mastermind. And so, since you are the mastermind behind the operations, the Whoopers are not innocent. But you, that's still a pretty bad crime. And you know what? I guess if you gotta do that to make amends with life, I respect it and understand it. It seems pretty unlikely that it is as many as 3 or 4 people. Yeah, then that means there's a good chance it was Santon 7. That's how it looks. But why would they do it? There's a moment of silence. Their motive. He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. You know, I'm glad they at least enjoy it. More power to them. Although I don't know if I want to encounter those Whoopers anytime soon. When chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. Have I interrupted something? What is it? There was something I wanted to speak to you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse. Go ahead. Okay. Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him later, and followed Ace. Yeah. Alright, let's just get this through. Alright. So, that's unlocked, which means I can just go here. Da, boom, boom, boom. Right Yeah, that didn't that didn't relock itself. We're going to get at least this other ending before I go to break. My hope, by the way, is to finish the game this stream. I think I can do it in 5 or 6 hours total. I see you're starting to piece things together, Rube. I'm not gonna discuss legalities with you, buddy, but if it can be traced back to you, you're no longer in the clear. It just depends on how many people know of those bloopers. Rather, how many eyewitnesses those bloopers leave. Preferably none, but I can't say that, only Reaper can. Okay, so I think I have to trigger everything. Up. Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time he'd come into the room. Okay, is this... Okay, it's fine. I think this is the new dialogue. He turned to Clover, who's standing next to him. Clover nodded. Nothing. It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she's surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured towards the corpse. Do you think... What about him? Do you think that's really Zero? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero's one of us. Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero. Don't you get it? The letters that spelled Zero on the TV screen. The captain's clothes he had on it. He got on. And of course the bracelet with Zero on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Is that kind of fishy? You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that. No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking about with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy's supposed to look like everything Zero's supposed to be, just like we did. Welcome back, temporarily, Reaper. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyways. Do you know why? Why? Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. That's really twisted, but it seems kind of childish. Yeah, you're right. It is really childish. It's just like a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me. Junpei bent down next to the corpse. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man? I don't know. And what's this guy's deal? Who is he? How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you. You have no idea who he is? Why would I? Junpei sat back on his hunches and thought. We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover. Huh? We've got to flip him over. How are we gonna search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. Here we go. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did... Huh? Something fell on the man's left wrist. Hey, it's the bracelet with Zero on the face. Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelet. Yeah, we know this already. Oh god, Junpei stared at the bracelet. This man. Also said the crimes Woobers committed haven't been traced back to me. You never thought people tracing you were safe. You're playing the GTA game right now. You're gonna keep escalating things as far as you can. And you know what? I respect it, Reaper. I respect it. This man, he's dead, isn't he? Huh? No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. Grand Theft Whooper. I need that game to exist. I'm gonna be totally honest. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead. Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You really don't need to look at his bracelet to figure that out. Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. He looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he's still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but kinda has it better, you know? Get a Whooper mod. True. Very, very true. Dying from a bomb going off inside you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. Just stop it. And suddenly Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. Turned to look at Clover. She's glaring at him furiously. What did you just say? Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean, no, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm? Arm? Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you? Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too? Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was going to see the details. Clover took a quick deep breath. Are you sure it was his left arm? Junpei thought back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And he had a broken bone, right? What the hell are you getting at here? Shut up and answer me! She shoved her face closer to his. You could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. But it was pretty bad too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything. Suddenly, she's crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do. Thank you. It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear. Huh? What are you? Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused. Thank you so much, Junpei. He thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Hey, what's going on with you? I'm sorry. I'm so happy. Well, why? The body in the shower room. It isn't his. It isn't my brother. Huh? It's not Snake. But why on earth would you think that? Because his left arm is... She stopped herself. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have been talking about this. Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart. But he's still alive. I'm so happy. Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight. I'm so glad. Junpei, you are right. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with 4-leaf clover. I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me, Junpei hadn't thought his words would have such an impact on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward. Thank you so much, Junpei. He looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa. Santa? Why? Well, he is the one who gave me that thing. And the word for each leaf, I got that from him too. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei. Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. So, Snake is still alive. 6 steps to the left. 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left. And then she stopped. Did Santa really tell you those things? Her eyes were serious, but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong? Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think. You think? Santa knew about the words in the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects. Subjects? The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group, so neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who are on this boat. Whoa, 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 whoa! Time out! Junpei held up his hands, took a deep breath, and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end, and then jump to the middle. Gotta start with 1, then move to 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Okay, Clover nodded. Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago? You know about morphogenic fields? Morphogenic fields. He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Alright, how about this? The theory of the telepathic mechanism. I think Lotus mentioned something like that. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded. Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar. So, they were testing telepathy on this ship? Yeah, I guess so. So, what exactly did they have you guys do? The same thing that we are doing now. Exactly the same thing. What? The non-air game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in a building in Nevada, and the game started. Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. Look, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry, but I don't get it. What did the non-air game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back, sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada? The ability to access a morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem and the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy. So you're saying the non-air game was supposed to introduce that element of danger. Yeah, but it couldn't just be any old danger. It had to be life and death. Kill or be killed. And someone did actually die. A girl. Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone. He was on this boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was... The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around. Oh my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you. Ace, you two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long. Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood. At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment. With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he's out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice. I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later. Hey, wait! Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling. Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up! Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office. Oh boy, I missed one? Oh, you are kidding me. Ah. You're back for reals now? Nice, Reaper. Well, I guess I need to do that again. You missed. Do I need to choose the other answer? Oh gosh. Yeah, spaghetti, garlic bread, and mixed veggies. Nice, Reaper. Sounds really good. Oh, so was this not it? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm Junpei right now. I have as much confusion as she does. Wait. That was the same one. I got the second key, but that's still locked. I need to get the first key. There's more to it that I'm missing. I'm so confused. What else am I missing? What is going on? Okay, I guess I'm gonna resolve it. Which means I have to go through all this again, but while that's going, I'm gonna look into it real quick, because I am so confused. I need to get both. Getting one key is good, but clearly I need multiple. Well, I'm glad that Snake's alive. I forgot that he didn't die. Oh boy. That's a good question, Rube. I don't know who died. I guess we're doing this again. Wait a minute, I need to come back in here, grab this. Yeah. Okay, I need the piece of paper. Grab this. Guess we'll find out who died in the future, but... Oh, wrong order. Brilliant. There we go. Okay. Now we got that. Is he gonna remember now? No. He's not gonna remember any more about... Oh wait, nope. Wait, maybe this is what I needed. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck and the forest of knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library? What's wrong? Something on your mind? Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. Yeah, I just remembered something. That's so, what about? Well, don't laugh, okay? There's no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. Yeah, the ordering of that was really confusing. I thought it would have been in chronological order, but this is what I needed, evidently. There's no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make much sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything Juna had told him. The Egyptian priestess in Ice 9. Interesting. And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster. They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordon. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice. And you think that he had earned a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck? Yeah, I mean, it is just theory. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. I don't know why I thought that said scooped. Whatever. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together. Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS? CAS? It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Simply put, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic field and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things. What do you mean, other things? Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel. Space travel? Are you serious? Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space. That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting. Whoa, wait a minute there. Junpei looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing? Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and if CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously, you think she could be alive? Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? Could she ever put somewhere where she could reach that temperature? That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about? You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor. You mean the guy dressed like the captain? Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly he was murdered. But if he's murdered, then by whom? Could it have been one of us? That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door requires Earth key prevented us. The door that requires Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened the door? Santa noticed. Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. I see a typo. I can't believe they would do this typo. It's literally game-breaking. Who else then could have done so? Junpei thought for a second. Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used Earth Key, they turned back and met up with me in June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found A7 and Clover. While we were gone in the shower room, A7 and Clover had stayed behind. Imagine skipping the spacebar once. I know, right, Mystery? Literally unplayable game for getting that space. It is literally unplayable. How could they do this to their loyal fan base? But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still wouldn't work. We were gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run to captain quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast. It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters. Then you're saying the killer was Alice? It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully. Well, this is all just one possible theory. All ice, Alice. Is she really somewhere on this ship? Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand. Maybe this card will give me access to the forest of knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the forest of knowledge? And wait, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to it later. He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Do I even need that? No, I don't. So. Now, let's see here. I think so. Now it's probably a good time for me to take my 10-ish minute break. I've been going on for a while, and I do want to try to finish it. And so we may have a zombie on the ship. Sick. That's a good way of looking at it, Mystery. There's worse ways to look at the outcomes that we have here. But when we come back from break, for reasons I'm going to get into at a later point, I am not going to be getting this ending yet. But instead, I am going to be getting these red keys all figured out and doing this ending. So, thank you everyone for watching up to this point. There's a reason. I have good reason. I promise I have good reason for this. I promise. So, kind of. It's hard to explain. You're all just gonna have to see in the future. So, thank you everyone for watching up to this point. I'll be taking a short 10-ish minute break, and in the meantime, let's play some words on stream. Are you gonna end up missing it, Rube? Because regardless, you have to get all the endings before you can get the true ending. So it would be easier to do this other path first. Future being 10 minutes, yes, about 10 minutes. So let me get words on stream pulled up real quick. Just gonna get this set up, cause gotta do it every time. Alright, so, again, thank you everyone for watching. If you want to play words on stream, just feel free to take a guess at any words that you can spot within the given letters. And we will be continuing this shortly. Bye-bye for the time. Let me get this started actually real quick before I run. Alright. I shall be back. So, we are back. Oh, we got some hard ones. That was nuts. Very good job, Rube. You did pretty good. Very, very nicely done, Rube. Seriously. So, with that, let's get back going with this. Okay, so I think I want to do 5. That's 3. So I think I want to go through door 5. Okay, so let's go through door 5. We're going through door 5 today. Not 6, nope. 6 is, just so you know, Rube, 6 always leads to the very first ending we get, aka death, unless we do a very specific thing. So, it'll be interesting. Oh boy. Going through the ninth man, yada yada. The other ending might be the coffin ending, you never know, Rube. That's right, we're with Snake and 7. Have I gotten it yet? I have. Okay, good. We don't need to go through any of that. Now I think we want to go, we want to go through the 8th door, and then the 6th door. Okay, we do go back to the 6th door, never mind. Alright, go back to the 8th door. Off we go. Charge! Okay, so they're locked. So let me clarify how the system works real quick. It did lock them, but that's by virtue of, see, they're following a path. The path for the white keys requires we do this. But because I'm not on that path anymore, it locks them. But if I were to do that path again, it will, in fact, unlock them. Just how this used to be locked, but now that I've committed to this other path, it's no longer locked. So, now, time to do this. That's right, she's locked in there right now. I wish I could skip that dialogue, but whatever. That's all nice. Okay. That doesn't work because we need the thing. Okay, so let's give Clover this. Wait, here we go. Do it. And now we get a code I don't need, but I have to do it for progression. Oh boy. Nice material, I guess. Is there a way to get her to cooperate with the cable? How do I do that? I don't remember. Alright, let's just think real quick. What else could I do? I got the cord. There's stuff down there. Nothing in there. Yeah. What do I do? Gosh, I don't even remember how to solve this thing. It's been so long. And by that I mean like one stream. Gosh, what do I do? I know I have to get Clover to, Oh. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's why. Okay. Come on, Clever, get us what we need. Give me what I need. So where am I? Laboratory and computer. Oh my gosh, wait, there's 3 here. Oh boy. Well, I think there's still only 2 locks, but still. And it's on. And as we know, she's about to whip out her skills. With Junpei being completely shocked there. Wait a minute, is this new text? Wait, I feel like this is new text. Is this new text? Okay, I'm gonna read this out because I think this is new text here. What are you doing now? I'm going to try to brute force it. What? Brute force attack as well. The short version is that it's just an attack. It just attacked the thing head on. The long version, without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed down or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd. Okay, but back what we were talking about earlier. What we were talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, alright? You enter 1 plus 1. The screen will show you 2. See, isn't that strange? Not really. Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You just said so a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The, main computer, right? You said it's connected to the monitor wirelessly. Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Okay. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes, just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore it must be this device which does the calculations. But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly. Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing really. It's just, I thought maybe. What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that? Huh? Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. The scientists examining the signals they send out might say, interesting, so stimulating this part of the brain causes this person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part caused that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See, doesn't it sound the same? Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe the thought processes are actually occur somewhere else in the main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those geeks wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. The brain is just an output device? Human thought actually occurs somewhere else? That's just crazy talk. Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion. Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. If memory is actually stored somewhere else in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because his brain has been damaged. I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. Wait a minute. Prosopag... what? You know what aphasia was from watching a medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he never heard the word prosopagnosia before. What, you've never heard of prosopagnosia? Just like you've never heard of the ice that melts at 96 degrees? Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just struggled and shook his head. No, what is it? Well, simply put, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's, or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make it by associating people with other things, their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. You've seen monkeys like in zoo, right? You and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually, but you or I couldn't unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. That's how people would beat someone with prosopagnosia. I butchered that, but whatever. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head. And what were we talking about? The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor. Are you serious about that stuff? Not really. I'm just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Huh? I guess I just adulting? Not funny. But smile had something rather masochistic to it. It's nothing more than a story made up out of boredom. Don't take it too seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind and I just talked about it to kill time. But, looks like I don't need to talk anymore. Why? I won't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lois raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key. Then, you finished that brute whatever thing? I certainly did. And let's see what we got. Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word, accepted. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. The screen changed again. What the hell is that? No idea. Looks just like a puzzle. Suddenly, Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See the keyboard? Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, alright? I did my part. Well, I wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus. No problem. Make sure you know when to thank people. Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Nice. That's key 1 done. Let's just keep on solving, I guess. Is this new? Wait, this is it. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him saying, like, anything weird? Huh? Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. Well, let me think. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover, I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Hey, wait a minute. Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born? You're talking about his eyes? Yeah. No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm. His arm? Yeah. My brother's left arm it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. So, that's why she's so happy to hear about his arm being all broken. His left arm. Because his left arm's fake. Yeah, interesting indeed. Is that all you wanted to ask me? Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff. It's not that. Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. That's that. Oh boy. There's only one here, so... Am I really gonna have to play through this entire freaking thing again? Okay, whatever. I can do this. There's nothing inside those. First step, I believe, is go through here. Alright. Go through C door? No, wrong door. Back through C door. B door? Brilliant. Can I go over there? There we go. So now we want to take the wheel. It's gonna break off because Junpei's too strong and he just snaps it off. So now, back through B, through C. Let's turn it. It'll go down. It can only turn down. Alright, they talk about that. No, this is all normal dialogue. Wait, this is different. Wait, this is different. Okay, hold on. You know, speaking of experiments, Santa suddenly stopped. There's this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a square C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even rats can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose? There's a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded. B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified. Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like you said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A. Can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment. You're right, it isn't very interesting. Yet. These scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. Can y'all guess where this is going? I certainly can't. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put into the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory far away from the original one, with the same results. Now, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in the second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them, and yet they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean? Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium? Gee, where have I heard this before? Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him. How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true, and if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out. Oh yeah, June's having a fever. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone. Hey, wait, there's something I want to ask you. What? Santa stopped and turned around. Why did they use that tank for the experiment? Huh? You missed rats being electrified, Mystery. And also Snake having a fake arm because he got in a car accident and they amputated it. Otherwise, nothing really. Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? They needed to motivate the rats to escape. They could have, I don't know, put some bait bags at B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? Santa gave a grim bark of laugh. You know the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. Clicking Blue Spain's electric chair now. So, I don't even have a response to that. I'm gonna be honest, but that... Oh my goodness, Mystery. You ever think about that? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out or appear to rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration. One could even say an epiphany. Did you miss me? You always have the best comebacks. Not gonna lie. Inspiration? Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need. So in an emergency, your real potential emerges? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge. Again, where have I heard this before? Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Okay, one more. Oh boy. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Did I grab you? I feel like I grabbed you. Yeah. Oh, I think that's it? No. I'm missing one. I feel like I was missing one originally too. And it's probably up. No. Gosh, I am suffering. Where is it? Right, I'm missing one, right? Yeah. Interact with everything. Ah. And yep, electrified. So it's not that. I hate not remembering where the frickin' card is. The last card. I remember, I forgot where the last card was too. And it's not in there. How am I so forgetful? Because you need them. You need all 9 cards, and then Junpei sticks it in. And, yada yada. I don't know. Wait, so which one am I missing? Let me check. So I got 9... Lotus. I'm missing lotuses. I'm thinking. Oh. Oh. That explains a lot. That would have been nice to remember. Ah, boy. This feels new. And this isn't it. Oh, wait, this is it. This is it. This is it. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I bet Asa could swing that for you easy. Ace? Why? Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Cradle Pharmaceutical is the name, I think. Does anyone in chat remember Cradle Pharmaceutical? Because if so, you might understand, yeah. You might understand the implications of this. He's the president of Cradle Pharmaceutical, and let's just say Cradle Pharmaceutical does not have a good track record. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil. Soparil. I've heard that before somewhere. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued. Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount of it is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use with their police and their military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room cleaner. It was practical, ethical, and humane, and the humane nature of it that made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceutical stocked it too. Why do you know all of this? Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple. I heard it from the old man himself. From Ace when? By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake 7 and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it came up, you know? Are you worried about something? No, nothing. As he spoke, Junpei looked over towards Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. What the hell is he doing? He turned back to June and Santa. June, don't push yourself, alright? Yes. Junpei, sorry, brain frying. Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble. Sure. He gave them both a short nod and then turned and headed towards Ace. It's been a bit since I saved. I'm gonna save real quick. What are you doing? Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat. What happened? Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry. I think perhaps because of fatigue. I can't very well see at the moment. What can't you see well? These pictures. Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Presbyopia. There we go. Growing old is a difficult thing. He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit. He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear and each person was easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable? That was when Junpei remembered what he had heard from Lotus much earlier. Prosopagnosia. The game could not give me a break from pronouncing that. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's, or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Maybe he's got prosopagnosia? Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat there at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed. Well, he looks depressed enough to have it. He really did have prosopagnosia. There's no doubt that he's depressing. It was a depressing and painful experience. Though Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Reaper, we've learned that Ace is the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. I don't remember if you were around when that last came up, but, also, Ace had that thing. I'm tired of frickin' reading it. Cradle Pharmaceuticals was responsible for the non-airy game 9 years ago, where someone died in it. A child, mind you. A child died in it. So, Ace is not looking too cool anymore. FNAF? No, not FNAF. Not the bite of... What year is it? I think it's like 2011 in the game. The bite of 2000 and something. It's in the 2000s at some point. Still, Junpei thought perhaps it was best he keeps Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Oh well. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back towards the boxes. Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle. With 9 parts of pictures in 9 boxes, Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Oh boy. Okay. I should be good. Ready for this? Whatever's about to happen here? They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed towards the main hall and to the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Look, it's Seven and Lotus. They didn't look happy. We've got a problem. Lover's gone. What? Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. They turned back Seven and Lotus. But what do you mean, gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. But when? Thank you for the hydrate, Reaper. Perfect time to hydrate. When? Why? You two went to door 1 with Clover, didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded best they could. Yeah, we went to the door together. But Clover barely spoke to us. She just did her own thing the whole time. Oh gosh, wait, she took the axe by this point. Oh god, oh no. Oh no. There's 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She won't let us into the 4th room. She just said, I'll take care of this one. Or she just said, I'll take care of this one. That's the one with the corpse in it. Now we know that. And that's the one with the axe. and shut the door. He must have blocked it with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So I kicked down the door and we went into the room. But it was empty. Clover wasn't there. There was a door on the other wall, and it was open. We figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but you know, it's possible that Clover actually knew the solution to begin with. So she could have done that even without the telecoms information. Actually, you don't even need the telecoms information for that. Well, you do need the keys. I don't know. It's just speculation. Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out. Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen? We got here just before you. You certainly have excellent timing. So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase? No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well, then we'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. Yeah. There were quick nods all around, and 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. She's not here. No, she isn't. Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room. Shower room? That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there's only one thing seen in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. We're not there yet, right? Yeah. There's a screwdriver stuck in between the door and the frame. Good, we can still get in. We should think 7 later. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room. No luck. Yeah, I don't think she's here. June's voice was faint and she placed her hand over her mouth. Her face looked low green. The smell is horrible. Yep, 7, you know. But thank you so much, 7, for being such a homie. Seriously. 7 even went out of his way to risk his life to get some kids back on a ship. Like, the 7's nuts. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. The only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider. Let's check the back just to be sure. June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head. She's not here. As he expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the wall was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood. Snake. Just where did your sister go? Junpei whispered to what once was Snake. At least we know better now. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, that there's no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh. It's such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered and left arms hideously twisted. Oh, wait. The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of the skin and muscle. Bright white ulna. Bones. Boneless! That left arm should be boneless! The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. Bone! The accent hurt him really bad. Of course! Why didn't I realize earlier? Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. At least it had been once. That meant the corpse. Jumpy? June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her. Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go. Junpei and June headed back towards the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when 7 appeared, breathless and yelling, Jumpy! June, where were you guys? He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat. Did something happen? 7 drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air. Clover is dead. I found her in the first class bathroom. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was empty. Was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. He tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place. Over. Why did this happen? He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile. Clover, her innocent smile. Her energy would never see her smile again. No way. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot. Let's get out of here, June. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. We still haven't even branched out to the other path yet. Are you alright? It was a foolish question, and he knew it. Yes, I think so. Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down. The emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom. You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit? Yes. He nodded, and she nodded once, and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there. Who was the first to find the body? Me. Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up. Why'd you come to this room? Look for Clover. Why else? I found her body here in the bathroom. Soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys, I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first class cabin. Come quick. Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something, 'cause you didn't show. So I took off downstairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right? Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There's one more thing he needed to ask. Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about. What? Stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why'd you do that? Come on, didn't I already tell you? I did so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room. Oh, you think I did it? Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it? Crying out loud. Seven sighed and shook his head. Follow me. There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. Closet? Yeah. Seven stepped in. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured towards a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei. There's a reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now? Yeah. Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Figured it wouldn't open. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. Huh? There's one change, however. This underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder. Rust. Junpei stared at it, considering. If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe? Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive. The thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of here. Maybe there's another clue? Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5. And the store. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Quietly, he pushed open the door. Ugh, the smell hit him like a blow to the face. The hell the smell is? His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was in there into a violent froth. Ugh, ha. Thanks, Junpei. It was too much for him, and he vomited. Thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. Seriously? Yes, thanks, Junpei. That was literally what played, like, in universe when Junpei smelled that. Just immediate crit. Chunks of... No. I'm not reading any more of that. I'm tired of it. You thought that was game for a second? Nice mystery. Very nicely timed. On the floor next to the broken mess of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor. Wait, that was when he noticed. Gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses, but now it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. But why? Had someone taken it? He's turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice. Huh? Where'd Junpei go? It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly down the hallway. Out of the hallway. Oh, there you are. You looking for something in the hallway? Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room. Yeah. You find something? He thought for a moment before he responded. No, nothing. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything, in a way. In fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet. Just a jump scare. Anyone who's just listening but not paying attention to the stream just gonna get so thrown off when they hear my completely different accent I use for specifically 7. What's up? Well, I wanted you to take a look at something. Good. What is it? Then led Junpei back to the bathroom. Clover. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between sigh and groan escaped his lips. What was it you wanted to show me? His voice was hollow and empty. I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a big knife or something. And I found this. As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head and knelt down and flipped open her right hand. What? He's holding a piece of paper. I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing. He wasn't sure what that meant, but likely didn't matter. The bracelet. I'm sure he meant the bracelet. Paper was more important. I'm opening it. He picked it up and carefully opened it. There are 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. What is this? Some kind of secret code? Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note. A code. Ah, yes, maintenance, because the tomorrow's update has dropped. Makes sense, makes sense. I wish Halleck luck in story mode, and I hope he gets to After Alterna in about 2 years' time. Yeah, Clover, this ain't helping. I hope not many, Reaper. Although if he tortured your brain cells a lot this time, it would be really funny. A code. The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means the left hand. Because it's referring to the fake hand of Snake, I assume. Sinister was a term used in heraldry to mean the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. You aren't the one to decide whether or not it would be funny, unfortunately, so we'll have to see, Reaper. The left hand. What does the left hand mean? Junpei looked at his own left arm, at the bracelet on his wrist. The darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? He examined the bracelet closely. There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face, the left and the right sides of the face. Left and right. Why did you hate it, Reaper? I feel like you might have said before, but why did you hate the last stream? Yeah, Mystery's been chilling with some funny quips from time to time. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth has gone. The truth. Gone. Gone. Read those 2 words. What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that is a fact. Also, we are still not even there. That's insane. A sniper on target past the stage. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Reaper. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is a long path. I'm gonna be honest. I might look into how long that other thing is too, because I'm just gonna say this now to clarify something. This is deceptively short. This is very deceptively short. I might save this for one last stream. I don't know. It depends on how long it takes me to get through this. If this takes me like an hour, I'm gonna save this for one last stream. Something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. 20 plus minutes of your suffering because of Alec using a sniper on a target past this practice stage. Oh boy. Well, Reaper, whether or not you want it, it's happening again. Yeah, you don't have to watch it, you know, Reaper. The Mystery makes a very valid point, and one that is good for your health. After all, someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right and gone left. Junpei looked at the bracelet again. The left and right of bracelet. There are these 2 things sticking out. If I press them in the following order, well, we know which one it is because it shows my previous playthrough's options, so let's just do that. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... Well, Reaper, I'm glad you know that you're a masochist. One after another, 8 numbers flashed on and then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet. Wait, did it just... Checked one more time to be sure. Maybe? I don't know what you're referring to, Rube. I don't remember. I don't remember much of specifics on what chat says, like, multiple streams ago, so enlighten me, because I clearly have forgotten. 1438341. Huh? Hey, what are those numbers? Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he's sure he'd forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything. 1438341. Muttering the numbers himself over and over, Junpei headed towards the bedroom. 1438341. 1438341. 1438341. 1438341. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. It was it's locked with the only advice he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the number its bracelet had given him. 1 to the right, 4 to the left, and finished. Bingo! I knew it was for this. Small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it out. Is this some sort of note? Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Let's see. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact 1. The non-ordinary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceutical Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceutical's R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Gagechika Musashido. Gentaro. What happened with Alec? I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. Oh no. He chose the Squiffer, didn't he? He chose the Squiffer Reaper. Or was it Bamboozler? He chose the Sniper. Yeah. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7. Squiffer, gotcha. Well, thanks, Alec. In June, he looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me? Come with you? I want all of you to go to the big hospital room. But why? There's something I want to be sure of. What do you want to be sure of? I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit. Wait, then you're saying... Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by tension like a strap of leather stretched to its limits. Yeah, Reaper, for your health, you should probably, just keep watching this. Clearly this is better for your mental health. 1 plus 9 plus 2 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Exactly, Rube. Exactly. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. 5 o'clock. Absolutely! What better thing to do than watch people die and read very detailed descriptions about the corpses? Clearly, it's the best and most sane thing you can do for your mental health. It's so sane and good that I stopped doing it because I don't like my mental health. Actually, it's quite the opposite, but whatever. That's not important. We've only got an hour left. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go. Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Actually, before you get started, I'd hoping you could do something for me. Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around. Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red? Uh-huh? Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just... No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door. Why? Reaper, you don't have to be the one to do the death counter. In fact, I'm sure if you just add a couple zeros to it, you'll have a good enough death counter. Please, just do it. Add 7 each time he dies. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Rube. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover. Junpei's implication was clear and 7 understood perfectly. Oh, fine. What about you, Ace Lotus? Very well. Sure. So, let's do the math real quick. So, 1 plus 7 plus 8. Little root of 7. So, why is this important? We're on door 3, so that. It's 1 plus 7 plus 8. Now, what would happen if we instead did 7 plus 8 plus 9? 6. Still 6. Okay, well, that wasn't actually what I thought it would be. Still, let's see what happens. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. I didn't do the math. I thought I was going to do something cool, by the way. I didn't do something cool. 3 asterisks thrown from the red display panel. I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it, and instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand, Junpei posted, and had his bracelet over the scanner. He actually did it in a reasonable time, only 6 deaths? Multiply that by 7 and you get 42 deaths, so ha! He made sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared. I knew it. Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. So I misremembered something, and I probably might have said this in a previous stream, but clearly I misunderstood. When a watch or a bracelet is deactivated, it's not unusable. It simply deactivates the bomb. So I just want to check... Actually, wait, no. Wait, let's check something. So if we take 5 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7, we get 2. So that shouldn't work. Yeah, okay, so it works right. And just to check to make sure I'm not, like, being dumb. Don't do that. Don't multiply. Why is there multiplication on here? Multiplication is never used. Literally never used. Yeah, okay, so Ace is still 1. 3. The door 3 opened like hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. When the door shut, unfed, Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Never used, like, half the math you ever learn in your life. Yeah, like, if we take, like, 1 times 5, what's the digital root? Okay, well, fair enough. 1, that's not very interesting. Is that a coincidence? No, it's not. Okay. I still don't know why that matters much. I guess you could do that, but like... What's the point? Okay, whatever. I'm just walking some... Or Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who are waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Tint and June had joined them as well. Everything multiplied by 9 has the root of 9, right? Are you right on that? That actually, let's try that. 5 times 9? 9. 3 times 4 times 9? 9. Yeah. Every single thing multiplied by 9 has the root of 9. 3, 4, 8, 2 times 9? 9! Yeah, I did. That's actually really interesting. Does it work with other things like times 5? No. Huh, that's still interesting. That's a cool property. Looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. Junpei approached as they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other three did as well. What was that about? How should I know? Clearly, they were all expecting some answers. Thanks, I appreciate your cooperation. Clearly, they hope for something more forthcoming, he continued. By the way, would you mind if I asked you something? Ace is pleading the fifth as we speak, I'm sure. What is it? You know who I am. What kind of question? Just answer, please. Who am I? You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be? Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. What? Ace's voice was full of surprise, but was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap. That's ridiculous. Impossible. So you're saying, I'm not Santa? Of course you aren't. Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would 10. The root would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened the door 3. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer each year. Well, I'm sure plenty more families suffer due to Ace, if Ace truly is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3. It's 5, right? Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He said as John glared at Junpei. You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone's bright red 5 on his wrist. Yeah, we'll just gaslight him. We'll keep gaslighting him. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. You think I was. Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. Is this still? Okay, it's finally moved on. Okay. One sentence. You don't have his face. You have prosopagnosia, am I right? Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace. Prosopagnosia? The others looked confused. What's that? No clue. That's... Here, Lotus began to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed. Very well, I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder? No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia. Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath. That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you have? I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. Le shock, vine boom moment. Seriously, an audible vine boom could be heard as soon as Junpei accused Ace. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There's no way all 7 people could go through them. Lois suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Lois looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued. Then Yue said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if they stayed behind, there's only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Door 7 and door 8. There's no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind. It's not that bad yet, don't worry, Reaper. Hey, come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism. Altruism, huh? Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear. You already knew, didn't you?
Man,
knew.
what a bunch of jokers!
I agree. You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room. What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have? Really? Yes! Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled out a piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have a prosopagnosia. Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice. No, I'm not that stupid. Junpei so-called yet so sassy about this. I could add more sass into his voice. I'm gonna do that, starting now. No, I'm not that stupid. Then why? Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room, it's not Snake's. What? What? Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. The body wasn't Snake's. I didn't put it together right away, but there's something Clover told me. She told me that Snake's left arm was a prosthetic. He lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake. Oh god, no. That's impossible. Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring. Let's say, hypothetically, that killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their face would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who had only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have a prosopagnosia, it would make sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake? I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So, to make sure the Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You could never let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you... Hey, hold on a minute. For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke. What was that past Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him? Look at this. He handed Santa a small piece of paper. What's this piece of paper? Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. The non-airy game was played once, before 9 years ago. We're canceling him. We are canceling him. We built up all the evidence. We're posting this onto Twitter.com. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. What is this? Slowly Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei. It's a message from Zero. It was the safe in the first-class cabin. Then suddenly... Give me a break! Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation. That paper is a lie! Someone's trying to frame me! Me? You said me, right? Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flickered off Junpei to anything else. What did that mean? You're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken? It was though as if a switch had flipped. Color drained from Ace's face as he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide. Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is wrong. Someone's trying to set me up, you see. First of all, Woomy! First of all, Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself a more tenable position. Junpei, you're claiming I did all this by myself. Think that over, alright? How could I have killed Snake all by myself? Not Snake, it was Gaiax. I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man in door 3, right? Yeah, maybe I did. Then, I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Gaiax. No, you could have. Eh? Huh? What? Huh? What? Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep into the big hospital room? Yeah, back then I took this. Junpei put his hand into his pocket. No, you couldn't have. Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled. Got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you're so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Gaiax and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door number 3. 1 plus 2 plus 9 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. That's how you killed Gaiax all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket. Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead and tell me I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I would really appreciate it. Junpei is really smart. He wasn't very bright, but when all the pieces came together, they slid into place faster and easier than a hot knife through butter. He's got it all calculated, tactically planned. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven? Yeah, it'll be my pleasure. Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. They slid into place. Yeah, that's my boom moment. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed for the first-class cabin on B deck. His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. He was almost bored, as though he was reciting an especially dull corporate letter. My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root. 9 plus 1 equals 1 Then 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9 equals 11. 11 plus 1, 2. 3 plus 9 equals 12. 1 plus 2, 2 equals 3. As you can see, 9 is a very, very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first class cabin to obtain it in mere moments. I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There's also an unexpected bonus, the knife the ninth man had used. 0 is a useful number for the same properties, the same exact properties, Rube. Okay, 1 plus 9 equals 10. Me. You know what? You know what? I think that works. That's good. It's so good out of context. And it's quote 10! It's quote 10! Oh my god, that's so unintentional, but that's perfect! Oh my goodness, that was literally perfect. It was meant to be. I quickly... Yep, absolutely perfect. The knife... The knife the ninth man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room, and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake!" He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged? It wasn't important. I tended to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the non-air game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why, then, hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the non-air game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. Yes, I am, Rube. Oh my gosh. So, update. This over here is being saved for the next stream. I promise I have good reason for it. I have very good reason for it. So, yes. Let's save, because it's been a bit. Yep. Okay. The door opened. I threw them in through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed. The man inside the door passed away. After that, I returned to my post, as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang. Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke. Ace, did you kill Clover? Yes. Why? Why did you kill her? He was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it. Found what? Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere. Seven and Lotus interrupted. That was, yes, a very, very cold yes, sadly. Yeah, but Lotus and I went to door 1 too. We didn't see anything suspicious. Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I thought the two of you could find it. But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her, and at last I did in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it? See what? Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you? Huh? What are you talking about? Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover? What? Nothing. There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone. No. Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way. You aren't going anywhere. He caught her by the collar as she passed, and threw her onto the floor hard. You're staying here. No! He leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. Don't you run, little girl! He was faster. True, Reaper, true. That would have done him in. That was how I killed Clover. His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything that one might feel after taking the life of another human being, or even two human beings, it didn't show. You! Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Then knock him unconscious. Yeah, I feel like, Clover should have grabbed the axe and, done that. To, aimed it towards that area of Ace. And Ace would not have lived that. Not because of bleeding out, but the amount of physical trauma that would have endured within the fraction of a second would have ended everything. I don't know what Clover saw. Clover saw the missing bracelet. That's what she saw. Although, past door 1, I'm not sure. The axe was with the corpse in the cabin of the captain, and the axe was used to kill him. That's where she got the axe. She took the axe with her. It was in the room, behind door 1. But she didn't take it this time, I guess. She didn't go insane enough. So yeah, I don't blame you for missing that, Reaper. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed. We still don't know who killed Zero, and we don't know who killed Mystery Guy X. I admit it, I've lost. I've lost completely and utterly. But don't misunderstand Junpei. I don't intend to lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I look the fool. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the rat before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Yeah, poor Guy X. No clue who he is. No clue who the captain is. Or whoever was wearing the captain's clothes, who was Zero. No clue where Snake is. Snake is MIA. All of them deserve better. Everyone here deserves better except for Ace. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything. Suddenly Junpei remembered the paper he had found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That instant souls might be saved. Now I state the truth. And he remembered the other words he'd heard from Clover. I think Zero is one of us. One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Santa, Dune, Ace, Seven, Lotus. Zero is one of us? No, wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Gaiax wear his clothes so that we'd all think he's dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us? We're making progress, everyone. I mean, we know for a fact he's blind. We know for a fact because Clover knows he's blind, and I think that blindness happened even before the experiments happened. So he is verifiably blind, which means yes, it's weird if he's watching us. Can't be watching us. Well, I believe I finished my confession. Why don't we get moving? He sounded as if he just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa was the last straw. What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere. We're gonna leave your ass here to rot. Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed her? She's nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard! Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw, but someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped towards Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose. Ace, blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman. He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow. Well, maybe you'd like another one then? Before that, let me give you one of my own. Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace sneaked his arm around her and pulled Lotus back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head. Why are you so upset that I killed with her? English is hard. If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull the trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4. 3 people? What do you mean? Very well, let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose, to be more accurately, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. Seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigation of what's beyond the 5 door. We'll meet again later. And with that... Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off head now. Well then... Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me, please get out of here! Get me out of here, please! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, he lied to me! He put me in here! It was him, he killed me, it was him! Yeah! I had 4 reasons for killing him. 1, as I said before, in the 9 game, the number 9 of bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. 2, I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That was the 2nd reason. 3, even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. 4, lastly, I wish to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this non-airy game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome. Junpei glared at him. I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago? Didn't I say the non-airy game was played? I planned it out. I conducted its execution. Why, what on earth was it supposed to do? I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that. Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this? Why don't you tell her, Santa? Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace. On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room. Right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking. Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind. Ace laughed a short, derisive snort and gave Junpei a stickingly pitying look. Who could have seen this coming? Not me! I never could have seen it coming. Not me, not you, not anyone! A loaded gun in my non-airy game? I see no issues whatsoever. None at all. Oh boy. The gun, yeah. The gun. Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then. Where are you going? Do I really need to explain? I assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and I have Lotus. 9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. Wasn't there a door with 9 on it in a room that looked like the church? That's where you're going, isn't it? And how do you know that? Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover. I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. And please, don't forget my warning. Move, and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know. As he spoke, Ace began backing towards the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him. Shit. He's getting away, but we can't risk it. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. Jeez, they had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit. Now, Lotus, open the door for me, if you would. Ugh. He forced Lotus to open it and then turned and addressed them once more. Goodbye. Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Damn it. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others left for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei landed his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily. Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright? Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way. Jesus, you're burning up! Your fever's back. Are you okay? June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps. I'm okay. Really. I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus. She was breathing hard now and she could barely summon the strength to talk. But Junpei was torn. Couldn't leave June alone in the state she's in. But even every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile. Lumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, leave Lotus. Since Ace is guilty for this and he is the CEO of a medical company, do you think he intentionally drugged June with a fever? That's an interesting theory, Mystery. Very interesting. But the actual reasoning behind her fever, my understanding is there's an actual reason why the fever is happening. I can't go into why, but it is a plot relevant thing, and you could be on something there, Mystery. But the fever does serve a very specific plot relevance that will be known in the other route. Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's gonna let her walk away? It's COVID. It's starting... Oh no, not COVID. He manufactured another thing of COVID and gave it to her. Not again. Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go! Junpei looked at June. He nodded once. He couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set. Alright, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace. Hell yeah! Nanta, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Got it. Nanta nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running towards the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Let's go! Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. So what do we need for digital root of 9 if we were to follow him? Real quick, let's just check. So, well, Ace is probably through the 9 door by now, but we know there's 2 9 doors. Most of the cast doesn't know there's 9 door, but, you know, it's better than just leaving her, even if it's not great. So if we have 5 plus 7, we get a digital root of 3. So we need 6. So we would need June with us in order to get a digital root of 9 from this. Alternatively, we need 2? I don't know. We can't easily go through there. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room. Where are they? I don't see them. You think they already went through? He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow. Maybe. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. Let's check the red. The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. The red door would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room. Engaged. It's occupied. That means Ace and Lotus went through there. Yeah, it seems like it. Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk. What do we do now? Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but the two of us can't do anything with it. Yeah, not even counting our digital root isn't 9. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there's a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. What's that sound? Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound. It's coming from over there. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it. Coffin. Yeah. Let's open it. Ow! By force! I don't think that's gonna happen. Well, you never know till you try, right? Only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures. Who said that? I forgore. Anyway, we've gotta try. Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Damn it! See, didn't I tell ya? If you couldn't just pull it, if you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that? Then pointed at the keypad on the side of the coffin. Right, so unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered. Was there some sort of clue somewhere? They stood there for a few moments staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke. Hey, Junpei, I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Who's that gone? Something like that. Yeah, that's right, what about it? Well, maybe that number's bad good for this thing here too. Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe. Yeah, but the person who set that safe up and this coffin is the same person, right? They set up both of these? Yeah, probably. Well then, they might have set up the same passcode for both of them. That's ridiculous. Why don't you just try it? I mean, not like you'll make it things any worse. It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number. How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures. Junpei be like, God damn it. Who said that? You. Fine. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers easily came to Junpei's mind. 1438341. Common 7W. Agreed. 7 is just... He's even with that voice. My voice is icing on the cake, but he's just a good character. I am a big fan of him. Quickly type them in. 1438341. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the button. It took only a moment. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! There's a clunk. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Snake! Why? Those voices. Junpei and 7, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere? Of course there's no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone would be. Congratulations, you played yourself! Perfect clip there, Reaper. Junpei and 7 looked at one another. There's a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit by some knockout gas, and Junpei and 7 explained what had happened to the rest of them. I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up? No, there's one thing they kept from him. There's one thing, however, that neither 7 nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clever. They feared that if Snake knew, he might as well go insane. Yeah. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin. But that doesn't explain why you're trapped in here. Well, we still got no clue about your true identity, let alone why Dolly doing all this. Why did he put Gaiax in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to non-Eric game that was played 9 years ago? Hey Snake, do you know anything? Junpei put the question to Snake. The answer was less than illuminating. What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying. It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and 7 little good. Yep. Snake was going for the box ending. Mystery's on it. Mystery just on the grind on predicting everything. Oh, come on, just tell us if you know. I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't? No matter how many times I asked, he insisted he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give him, and every second they spent asking him was second wasted. This is bad. We're running out of time. We need to go after Ace. However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, 7, Snake simply stood at loss for what they should do next. What do we do now? He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist. The 3 of us can't make a digital route up 9. We're still on it. Yeah, we just get 5. We're stuck here then. Oh wait, I just remembered something. Then began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. What? What is it? I found something earlier. What did you find? this? Finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Then pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There's no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face from the face like a cartoon eye. It took Alec this long to realize that Grizz was evil. Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna check something real quick. Just cause I want to see, like, to make sure I'm not mistaken on something. Let's see here. No good thing on this, but whatever. Oh well, I'll just keep going until I get somewhere. Okay. I'm surprised Alec didn't get spoiled, honestly. There's no mistaking the number glowing at them from a face like cartoon eye. 0. Zero's bracelet. What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has a number 0 bracelet? Yeah. Where did you get that? Next question was instant enough, but if he had learned the truth, he'd be able to see. If he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 looked away. Lova gave it to me. She did? Yeah. How did she come by it? Well, she found it. On the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it, because it was too big and bulky for it to be lugging around. He's lying. Junpei could tell right away that 7 wasn't telling the truth. He even told us earlier. Yeah, I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know, basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing. Probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover. Alright, Junpei, been nice knowing ya. What? 7 plus 2. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Come on, man, I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, alright? Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him, quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, 7 put the 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 0 plus 2 plus 7 equals 9. Now they just need to pull a lever and the door would open. Huh? Why isn't it opening? Well, the third asterisk lit up, so must have registered the 0 on the bracelet. Maybe it isn't actually 0. Huh? What? That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains. Got it. Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Gee, I wonder which one it is. Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. Junpei plus 7. 5 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6. They scanned in their bracelets. So, the 0 bracelet is a 6 bracelet. It opened. Yes, so it would seem. 7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought. That means the bracelet is actually 6. 5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18, which equals 9. But how's that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0. Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry. Aw man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go. But Snake, are you sure? Yeah, you know that only Junpei and I can go through this way. You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. A last resort, but if now is not the time for last resorts, then when? Real quick, is anyone gonna realize what that last resort is? Just a quick little, question. Why is Snake so calm about this? Does anyone, realize? If you know the answer, don't say it, but just say yes or no, cause there's a very special quirk. Last resort. Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven smoked. Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat? Had I told you it was the last resort, had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagined that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to my chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there's nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off. Snake's plan had been simple, but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it? My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. Snake had slit the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin. Snake has a prosthetic arm, and the watches were always on the left arm. Who needs an arm, really? A fake one at that. I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm. Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet. You are correct. He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hallway alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase. I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck. It doesn't look like it's underwater. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes for them to make their way to the bottom deck. There's a single hallway in front of them, and at the end was a single door. Let's go through that door. It's okay, Reaper. It made more for a fun surprise. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. I was about to say, they are freaking Santa and June, but there's not much they can do. Wait, actually, let's be honest. Let's do some math here real quick. Okay, so if we take, 2 plus 3 plus 6, we get... Nope, it doesn't work. No digital root of 9. That's an issue. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator. Oh my, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps? Yeah, right over here. How did you know that? Well, I'd be happy to regale you with a story. I imagine it should take only a half day or so. Junpei grumbled and gave Snake a dirty look and jogged over to the lever. You thought it said Incineroar? I don't want to know why they would have an Incineroar on a boat, but it would be interesting and a plot twist. If you pull it, the door ought to open. Got it. He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There's no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small, dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door. What? Why? Why is there another one? The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero. A terrifying smile twisted in Ace's face. What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain. It is said that the incinerator system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flames. Huh? Who are you? You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake. Snake? Ah, yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive. Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth. And if you don't mind me asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7, the 3 of you couldn't have opened the door with 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps? What? 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9. Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not. Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet? Junpei felt his chest tighten. Oh, they haven't told you. Told me what? Clearly not. Normally I'd take some time and enjoy the moment, but I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover. Don't do it, Ace. Keep your goddamn mouth shut. Clover. I said stop it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him. What happened to Clover? Snake looked at him. Or Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into a hook of a cruel smile. Clover died. Color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly. No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie. Oh, it's quite true. I assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see. What? I'm sorry. Did I stutter? I killed her. Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, molted red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked at Junpei disturbingly like a demon. I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain perhaps would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the knife man had, you remember? I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right in between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily, there's no resistance. That feeling was, I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday perhaps I can hope to feel it again. Incineration will begin in 7 minutes. I'm going to kill you. Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible. What was that? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting. Don't do it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Stop it. Stop it, kid. He's screwing with the wed. There a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister? Don't, Snake. Don't do it. But Snake could no longer hear them. They could no longer hear anything. Ah! Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair. Snake! Snake! Ah! Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. He ran across the room towards Junpei, her eyes wide with terror. Lotus! Hurry! This way! Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she had made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them. Incineration will begin in 5 minutes. Gimme the woman. He raised the gun. I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. 1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. Now, quickly now. I don't have time for your shenanigans. In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. You look like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor. I see. Then I will have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I'll take Lotus' body with me and leave this room. Incineration will begin in 4 minutes. Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you. Damn it. Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. Could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tense, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Goodbye. Then it happened. Will you? Snake stood up. What? No, that's impossible! For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace, then another. He looked, for all the world, like a zombie. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. His voice with the mournful wailing of the undead. Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me. Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury. Listen to me. I said, don't come any closer. You bastard. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times in the air, and the incinerator was split by the crackle of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his face. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor. Incineration will begin in 3 minutes. Finally, here. But Snake wasn't done. I'll kill you. Even as a pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid towards Ace. 1 bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg. You won't get away. The other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone. You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go! Damn you! He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot in Snake's face, his arm in his shoulder. Gah! Ah! It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once the snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it. This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What? Incineration will begin in 2 minutes. Ah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look, think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded seriously. I'm sure they could fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go! Pathetic, begging for your life. Then 7 Loves began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices. Their words were strained. Snake, that's enough. You can stop now. Yes, he's right, Snake. You've done enough. Come on, Snake. Let's go. Let's get out of here. You have to come with us. We have to leave together. Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid, Waterfallness. You have come at a very dramatic time. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? You were playing Fire Emblem Engage. Alright, how was that going? Oh jeez, welcome in, Prime Minister. Who? Oh boy, and Stampy Coolcraft. Thank you all so much for joining on in. Oh boy. Snake turned toward them. You really want to keep playing, but these chapters are so long? I get that so entirely. I've been doing like one section of this game for 2 hours. I wanted to stop a while ago, but we're so close. I have to finish this before ending stream. I gotta finish this. I'm nearly there. Yeah, Snake, for those who don't know, Snake is the man literally too angry to die. He has been shot 6 times, and he is so pissed off that he will not let his target escape with his life. But I get that. Just want to keep playing, but it just keeps going. I'm very close to the end of this game. I have one last portion after this, but I'm gonna have to stop at the end. Oh boy. I'm not making much sense, but this is a different multi-path game. Yes, I definitely get it. Kill them. Don't worry. Snake, the man right there in black and red, is about to ensure that they both go down in a very glorious blaze. Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled, a sad sort of smile. I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me. Shut up, be quiet! I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife she can forgive me. Now, go! Go now! You have to go! Incineration will begin in 1 minute. God damn it! Shit, we're out of time! We gotta go! Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There's white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. His broken body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow the lump in his throat. Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here, now! Junpei's hand pulled taut by anger, misery, and cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He felt it building, tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller, and then broke crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind. Snake! Snake! Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to. Don't be an idiot, Junpei! He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides, hauling him bodily back toward the door. No! I have to help Snake! Snake! Get off of me! Let me go! Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6. Damn it! I don't got a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Snake! What a time for the raiders to come on in. By the way, how's the Fire Emblem engagement going? Have you been liking it, other than the very long chapters? You're probably gonna have to go to the pod. I'm not doing the other ending, the last ending. That last ending is going to be next stream, but oh boy, this is going on for so long. 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Oh boy. Beginning incineration. Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep into his stomach. Then, His legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. Please! There's a small window cut into it. Inside he could see Ace and Snake. Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Goodbye. Zero! Snake died. Snake took Ace with him. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He had looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door in the hallway they'd come down earlier. Hey, wait, Junpei! Junpei, where are you going? He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped. You stay here. I'll get Santa and Jim. You're gonna bring Amiya? How? Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait. Alright? Began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going. I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe. Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. Please work. Push it and the door opened. Yes! Junpei was in a large hospital room. June! Santa! He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them. Ugh! Damn it! Where did they go? Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there's part of him that felt it would be wrong too, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Nothing. Down the elevator, I guess. Gone. Sometime later, Junpei found himself in the chapel. He stepped inside expecting to find nothing, but there on the red carpet in the center of the room... June? No, codenames didn't matter anymore. She was Connie. Connie! Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her. Connie! He stumbled to a stop. He looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor. He felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. Oh, very still. No, it can't be. It's impossible. Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook and he felt cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly it rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Connie! Junpei reached down and very gently lifted her up. Connie, are you alright? Dumpy. Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. Oh man, Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel... Junpei, I'm sorry. Her voice was very faint. I might not make it. No way. No way I'm gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Junpei. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You've gotta just hang on, alright, Connie? Junpei, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. Really long time. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. You could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Game over. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke. Zero! What are you hiding? Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. I'm right here. I've always been close to you. What the hell are you talking about? No matter. I'll tell you again. Game over. This game has ended. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. You can't. That's impossible. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. Wrong path? That is correct. Your path was inevitable, however. I admit defeat. Where there's shadow, there's light. Where there's absence of light, there's no shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? It matters not. The loser has been decided. I told you I'm not gonna lose. No, you must understand. You haven't lost. I have lost. What? Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There's no one there. Was it Zero? Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise. He managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and left for the door. Zero lost, Rube. Zero didn't win anything. Junpei laid her back down gently and left for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There's nothing moving anywhere. Damn it. Where are you? Doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first. Didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. Santa. You know where Santa is, right? Maybe Santa was Zero. Honey? He wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. Now she's gone. Oh God. No. Where is she? Connie. His cries split the heavens for themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Voice crack moment. I get too many voice cracks for this gig. But there's nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was a cold, unfeeling silence. That is when he noticed it. A strange smell, one he smelled before. Wait, this is... white smoke. 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. And that's game, everyone! By the way, I'll give you a little secret, Rube. Connie did not go into the coffin. Thank you for the hydrate. This is the first death where Ace didn't kill us, so there's that. Because yes, Ace was the one who killed us in the other endings as well. We chose the wrong path, which means next time on 999, we will be choosing the right path. Yes, we still died. Zero lost the game, and by extension, we died. You're right, Rube, but he was also playing dead. I'm fairly confident he was just playing dead. That's my explanation. Anyways. Zero never said what side Zero was on. Zero never said it was him versus the contestants. Zero just pitted everyone in the non-area game. And we still don't even know what Zero's motives are. Perhaps Zero's motives were intending for everyone to live. Well, other than Ace, but that's beside the point. Yep, leaving it on a cliffhanger. How tragic. Regardless, the story isn't over yet, everyone. It's not the end. And next time we will be doing probably the longest single sequence this game has to offer, which is shocking considering this last sequence took about like 2 straight hours. Nope, Reaper, I'm waiting until next Wednesday. I gotta keep to my word. Don't you worry. It's probably longer than 2 hours. This here is the longest sequence in the game. It is probably as long as about all of this combined, up to this point. So, hope you're all looking forward to that next Wednesday, as it's now time to end stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much, Waterfallness, for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. 9-hour long cutscene. Oh god, no, I couldn't handle that. I could not handle that one bit. But thank you all so much for watching. If you want to stay up to date with any of my streaming stuff, which I stream Splatoon 3 every Friday and a random stream game every Monday, feel free to join my Discord server, where you can stay up to date with that. And of course, Wednesdays I stream a story-related game, this one being the Zero Escape Non-Area Games Collection, where once we finish this, we will be moving on to its sequel. See you next time when Glover goes insane again. You can watch the entire Star Wars prequel trilogy in less time than that. Amazing mystery, honestly, just amazing. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, I don't think we got anything else, so let's raid out. I really only have one person to raid out to at this point, so let's raid out to them. Unless anyone else has suggestions for streamers, maybe it would be nice to spread love to someone new. Although I'll probably just go with the one person I got. Yeah, I'll just do that. So, thank you everyone for watching. For the very last thing, make sure you bless the Radius chat with the best gift of all, the wheat bread emoji, and I will see you all this Friday with Splatoon 3 Big Run in the new season. Bye-bye. Farewell. Sayonara. Goodbye.